sound is not connected.
I don't see this.
Jsme tím zase pohli.
It was
Have we moved it again?
I don't see any. That's why I was saying it. It doesn't look on.
It was on.
Yeah, it was on.
Yeah, but
Maybe it just moved and we just have to do it one more time. Aha, now it's picking up something.
Okay.
But it's not this.
It's not that.
No.
Click OK and cancel it.
Widać, ale czy widać, czy w ekran widać? Nie widać. Na tym. Tego królika, prezentacja.
Ale działało przed tym, czy co?
Nie sprawdziliście. Znaczy sprawdziliśmy tu, wiesz, połączenie, ale nie wiem czemu nie działa tutaj ten.
Zapytaj
Okej.
Andre, is the thing on? Is the projector on?
Okay, it's closed. Okay,
cool. Niech będzie ten napis może z tyłu.
Królika prezentację tutaj dać?
Tylko ten napis.
Czekaj, czemu on się tu... O, jest, tutaj jest.
O, właśnie, nie? Żeby tak było z tyłu na początku. Nie?
Okej.
O.
Dobra.
Dzięki.
Dobra, królik nie będzie niestety nie działał. Muszę mu powiedzieć. Tu na ekranie nie widać niestety, że tylko spację klika, nie?
Niech będzie napis z tyłu, nie? Jak na początku gadamy. To ładnie wygląda, nie? Nobody move.
It's available to talk to. Because is it going directly to the... Yeah.
You ready? Like this?
Yeah, like this. A few words like this. 1, 2, 3, and so on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
1,
1, 2, 3, or something like that.
2, 3. Should we talk? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7.
1, 2, 3, 4.
7.
1, 2, 3, 4.
7. All right. So, hello, lovely people, live and on the internet. We're starting today's artist talks in Prague of the ЩWIATłODystWiiki V4 edition. Today we have a whole day of talks, especially for all our followers on the internet. and also live. A lot of interesting stuff, a lot of interesting talks. There's 2 sets tonight, we're reminding, for all of those listening and following, hopefully. We're in Prague. Today is the 26th of October, I think. And tonight there are 2 sets to finish the Prague edition of our Audiovisual Art Festival. So we should thank sponsors, particularly the Vicegrad Fund.
Yes, particularly the Vicegrad Fund and Punktum Krasovka in Praha, and A for Priestor súčasnej kultúry in Bratislava as well.
And of course the city of Poznan.
The city of Poznan.
The Slovak Institute.
Yes.
And the Cultural Institute of Italy in Warsaw. Is it in Warsaw?
Yes,
in Warsaw.
yes.
So thanks to all of those.
Thanks, and
also to the team here.
Also
Radim is amazing. He's falling off his feet, but he set up a live stream. And so we should begin.
Yes, thank you, Keya, for help with the streaming, and yeah, have a nice time with a lot of knowledge about the audiovisual art, about the things that are going. Yeah, that's for now.
Right, so I'll start here with a talk. A lot of the speakers have prepared awesome and very pretty and very extensive presentations. I haven't. So I just wanted to frame everything. So I wanted to start it like this. Last year in London, I headed a conference that I titled The Future of Music, and invited people, Orphy Robinson, Dele Sosumi, Bebe Wang, Zubin Kanga and others, to talk about the future of music. And it was great, and I've been thinking about it for a year now. And I think the most interesting part of it was that nobody answered the question that I actually wanted to answer for myself. Everybody spoke about different things, which was great, all in unexpected ways. So we had Orphy, for example, talked about business. He talked about how streaming platforms have changed and how we're not really sure what music is anymore because of the form. So that's like the good old Canadian adage that the message is the media, if we remember Marshall McLuhan making that. And so we don't really know what, albums don't really exist anymore. They're not really a thing. They're like a novelty. And you can get 1 million listens on a platform and be paid pennies for it. Very different. I was just speaking to a music exec a couple of days ago, and he said that a few years ago, about 15 years ago, the artists were being paid €1 or $1 per record sold, and that's kind of unimaginable now in terms of scale, which is interesting. So Dele talked about what he called roles and responsibilities. He told us basically his life story. It was interesting because he talked about Fela Kuti and how he had a club in Lagos, and that's where Dele himself learned how to play, and they were playing 6 days a week for 7 to 9 hours through the night. And so with that kind of playing time, if you do that for years, that kind of stuff also doesn't exist anymore. Though in places like Punktum, where we're at right now, we still have that kind of stuff going on. But so it's interesting, all of these kinds of talks. Bebe Wang is a traditional Chinese percussionist that now plays with the LSO regularly, does very interesting classical compositions, very impressive performer. And she brought her father, actually, who had his London debut on the Erhu. He'd just flown in, and he was visiting, and we did this impromptu Erhu performance. The point is, none of that was really what I was interested in. And so when I think about the future of music, I never think about which direction is it going, what are the genres going to be, is it going to be driven by AI, is there going to be work for composers or transcribers or film music, or is that all going to be just generated by the awesome algorithms that I know are going to be spoken of a little bit about in the next presentation? That's not really interesting to me. because that doesn't really talk to the core of what I think wanted to know more about, and somehow I did. So, you know, people like Zubin Kanga, for example, another speaker, he talked a lot about his research that he does at the Royal Holloway University. He calls them cyborg soloists. He makes funny instruments that helps accessibility to instruments, that helps other things. Very interesting work. But even that's not very interesting. I mean, it's kind of obvious to me that there are going to be new instruments, that there is going to be new kinds of music, new kinds of making music, because that's sort of always been the case. And again, none of that's very interesting. I think the interesting part to me was the same problem that actually with Jakub and Paweł, who's going to speak in a minute, we started a band about 15 years ago now. And that was ABXY, and we were trying to, or at least I was, I don't know how if the guys agree with me, but I was trying to figure out if we can have acoustic piano, if we can have acoustic sound rather, not just piano, and digital sound, and changed acoustic sound, so, and a visual layer, if we could have these four elements and make a coherent whole out of them. And I think that was the problem that I'm thinking about. And now, since we have so much accessibility to music, all kinds of music, you know, you can. It's now a regular thing to pick up a telephone or whatever, and you can listen to a Ghanaian drum king playing in some village in Ghana, or you can listen to old All India Radio master recordings from the 50s. Of, you know, obscure Drupad compositions from centuries ago. And you can do that very easily. And it seems that to me a lot of discussion in academics is about the differences in these different kinds of musics, the differences between visual layers, the differences between, you know, how can we make this different? How is AI different? How is it not different? And I think that's wrong. Somebody told me once that for there to be fusion, there has to be two musics. But there's only one music, really. I think that's what I'm trying to figure out. So, I don't want to take any much time, because it's going to sound like I know what I'm talking about, and I don't. So just to finish here, I'd propose a thought experiment. If we took every composer or maker of music or performer that you all love, know, follow, listen to, remember, heard once, but value. If we take them all and we put them in a room or in a ark or whatever, big enough to hold them all, and we ask them to play, ask them to sing, ask them to make projections, ask them to make whatever they do, what would come out of that? What would it sound like? What would it look like? Would it be anything? Would it be something? How does music become one thing? You take a string of sort of perceptual experiences from moment to moment in temporality, and you get a coherent whole. Sometimes, not always, when the time is right. How does that happen, that we see that as one thing? The unity in diversity. How can we set all of these people next to each other and have them keep their distinction? Because I think that's what's missing more and more. We start talking about, that's the danger, saying that there's only one music. Of course there's different kinds of music. That's not really big enough for me. That's not really deep enough. So how can we have all of these things together, upholding their own positions, their respected positions, their dignified positions, keeping their differences, keeping the subtleties that they have, but make a whole out of it? And that's what I'm thinking the future of music, that's where the future of music is. And so, again, I want to cut it short here. I hope that was interesting and not too babbly. And I want now, it's time for Paweł, I believe, to start his presentation, or is it Jakub? Paweł. So Paweł, what's the title of your talk?
Hi, my name is Paweł, and I also co-founder of ЩWIATŁODŻWIŁKI Festival. And
What's the title of your talk?
I would like to talk about the most, probably, the hottest topic recently. It's artificial intelligence. Okay. I need just a few seconds to set up, because it is probably Jakub's presentation.
Right. Okay, so take it away, Paweł. Thanks for listening, guys.
Oh, okay, thanks. Okay. Okay, slideshow. So yeah, and yeah, as I mentioned, I would like to talk to you about art and generative artificial intelligence. And both of them are connected by the fact that they are hard to define. AI has been developed almost 8 years with many different technologies being called AI over time. As new inventions came along, some technologies were no longer considered artificial intelligence, while others were added. And sorry. Yeah, and today things we used to call AI are often just called algorithms. Many AI technologies become so common after a few years that we don't even associate them with AI anymore. So, for instance, text autocorrects in our phones, or translation tools, or facial recognition in apps, or recommendation engines like in Netflix or Amazon. So perhaps in a few years, current technologies related to AI will simply be called an I don't know, assistant or statistical algorithm, and the next innovation in this field will be called I'm sorry. I'm just mixed the slides. Oh yeah, that's the next one. So yeah, and that's why, because of that, we just as I said, what we called before artificial intelligence. Now it is just things which are in our lives, and we don't perceive it as artificial intelligence anymore. So in the technology world, there is even a joke that AI is just anything that hasn't been done yet. So yeah, and in a big short, yeah, this is definition actually, which I think it is most accurate for that. And artificial intelligence is just technology which simulate human learning, comprehension, problem solving, decision making, and creativity. This definition is described by IBM, so I mean, it is probably it is. I think it is most accurate definition right now. But as I thought, it's just fluid and quite open topic to describe artificial intelligence, because for instance, in the 50s, where was a boom about robots, everyone in the US thought that in a few years there will be robots everywhere, and everyone household will have a robot, and which do everything actually. So as we know, it wasn't happened. And yeah, and on the other hand, we have an art, and art is even harder to define. And there are many different definitions. For example, Austrian philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein said that art is an open concept where things may not have the same features, but are still related to members of a family. And after that, postmodernism happened, and the line between what is art and what isn't is still discussed with no clear rules. This means that almost anything can be considered art today. So, but in this presentation, I will focus mainly on visual art. Oh, so let's try to make the current AI boom in art from let's see it from wider historical perspective. And there is a saying that history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. That question, the questions we are asking now about AI were asked during other major cultural changes in the past, and we can often see many analogies with the present. So I remember that my art professor once asked me a rhetorical question. Yeah, if Velázquez had a camera, would he still have painted the Pope portrait? The invention of photography was a big change for the art world. At first, many artists were worried about photography because they thought it would replace traditional portrait and landscape painting. But photography quickly found its place in art, and moreover, it led the creation of new art movements like Impressionism, Fauvism, Cubism, Surrealism, and so on. And these movements explored reality in many different ways, not only which are accurate, not only accurate reproduction of reality, yeah, like in the past ages. So I think we can see something similar happening today. The rise of generative AI might not destroy art, but could instead lead to new movements, just like photography did. This could help us better understand the role of humans as creators and viewers of art, and it might also make us think differently about the creative process, or perhaps artificial intelligence winning at chess in the 90s, generative AI will eventually lose its excitement. So after all, watching two AI's systems play chess isn't very thrilling. And one of the first artificial intelligence art projects was Aaron, created by Harold Cohen. And Aaron was a program Cohen started building in the 70s. Once programmed, it could make drawings, and Cohen would sometimes color them by hand. As he worked on this project, Cohen thought about the nature of art and questioned who the real author was. And he was asking if what Aaron is making is an art, what is art? And if it isn't thinking, then what he's doing? So if you follow the idea that history rhymes, this situation feels familiar with the previous slides. Yeah. Okay, it is Marcel Duchamp work from 1919. Duchamp called it La Chaux Acule. I hope I pronounce it right in French, but I'm not sure. But in English, this work called She Had Hot Ass. On the 400th anniversary of Leonardo da Vinci's death, Duchamp created that using a reproduction of the Mona Lisa and call it a ready-made with a small alteration, just a small mustache. And this work symbolized the end of the old attachment to traditional aesthetics. Did Duchamp paint it? How could he only draw a mustache for the most famous portrait and call himself its author? Even though it has been over 100 years since Duchamp works were created, there are still debates today, similar to how we are currently debating the role of artificial intelligence in art. And next example, which I have here is this is the last year at Colorado State Fair. This is the digital art which was made by Jason Allen, and he created this image with Midjourney, and yeah, he won the competition in Colorado. So this caused an outcry from other artists who said Allen didn't do much work for himself. And Allen responded that he used over 600 text prompts to make the image. However, the US Copyright Office decided that the image couldn't be copyrighted because AI played a big role in its creation. So is it art? And who is the real creator of it? And of course, where questions and dilemmas like that quickly arise, controversy often follows. And usually the main controversy related to generative artificial intelligence is copyright. In 2018, a painting of a fictional character named Edmond de Bellamy was sold at Christie Auction House. It was described as the first AI-generated painting and sold for $432,500. The painting was created by a Paris-based group called Obvious. We used a type of who use a type of machine learning called a generative adversarial network, and trained this algorithm on 15,000 portraits from between the 14th and 19th century. The painting was signed with a piece of the algorithm code. And after the action, it was related. It was revealed that the painting was made using code written by Robbie Barrett, 19 years old artist not connected to Obvious. And Obvious didn't make this clear at first. And Barrett said that they used this code with only a few changes to create and sell the the artwork. So critics pointed out that Barrett was responsible for around 90% of the work, and he's raised question about who should get credit. And it also sparked a debate about whether this painting could really be called art. And the Edmond de Bellamy case raised new questions about responsibility and recognition in AI-generated art. So, as you can see, beyond the philosophical debates, generative AI also create important legal and ethical challenges. In recent years, a new type of artificial intelligence techniques like diffusion models was changed by I'm sorry, I related to the Gen model, and it was changed by much more advanced models like diffusion models, Stable Diffusion, for instance, or Midjourney and DALL-E, which are known for everyone, and probably everyone use it. And these models were trained on millions. Maybe billions of images from the internet, including many copyrighted works without getting permission of or paying payment for the creators. And by the 2022, image generation tools, once developed by a small group of scientists and hobbyists, become widely available to the public, resulting in the current hype and huge increase in AI-generated images. Last year, there was a major protest on the ArtStation platform. Digital artists were upset because AI-generated images were being treated the same as human-made ones. It's also possible that many works on ArtStation were used to train these AI models, as I mentioned before. One thing is clear today, today's image generation tools would be as good without the large amount of digital art used to train them, and art that was used without the creator's permission. To defend this, AI companies argue that humans are also inspired by looking at the other images, or we have to do this, otherwise countries like China, where copyright isn't concerned, will get ahead. And I think these words describe well that the attitude of many companies working on AI models right now. So who's right in this situation? That's the question. So there's no doubt that we're currently experiencing the biggest AI boom in history, but unfortunately, the mainstream discussion is largely dominated by AI company marketing, which aims to keep the investment hype alive. And one issue is that the term artificial intelligence is often used inaccurately. When we hear AI, we immediately think of science fiction characters, which are deeply rooted in our minds from books or movies or science fiction, all of science fiction stuff and video games and so on. This usually take the form of AGI. It means artificial general intelligence, which means it is fully autonomous beings with their own will, often making decisions harmful, and usually it is harmful to humans, like all of that pieces of culture. And AI marketing often uses a carrot and stick approach. On one hand, it promises magical technology that will solve all of humanity's problem, and on the other hand, it threatens us to take away our jobs or destroy the world. And the main myths promoted by generative AI marketing are this is actually AI. The AI being discussed is not the science fiction version we think of. In reality, it is more like an advanced text autocomplete or a statistical machine. The second one, it will only get better. In a big short, the data used to train AI is running out, and AI has limitations. History shows that AI has already gone through AI winters. And the third one is AGI is just around the corner. And as I mentioned, AGI is still far off, and there's no sign that it is coming anytime soon. And the last one, it is inevitable. We can predict when the next big innovation will come. It's something which is not predictable, and we cannot calculate the next invention point in our histories. So it might be in 2 years, 15 years, or maybe never. And the breakthrough, the AI marketing noise, I recommend adopt some scientific skepticism for those who are interested in the technical weaknesses of what we currently call AI. I suggest these two books. And also there is a very interesting documentary film about the shadow side of building data sets, and if someone is interested, I will on the end of this presentation there will be a QR code for these links, all of that links. This may sound very skeptical, but actually I believe that the current progress in AI is truly revolutionary. However, the AI vision sold in the mainstream is highly exaggerated, and it is leading to misunderstandings about what AI really is, and the risk of trying to use it where it is not actually necessary. So yeah, maybe it is just a tool. Here I have a few examples of how we can use machine learning and AI-related stuff. Because as I mentioned, AI isn't a magic wand that solves everyone's problems. But it is just a set of tools with huge capabilities that we are still exploring. And one of the interesting examples of it is this reconstruction of missing part of Rembrandt van Rijn painting The Night Watch, which was trimmed in 1715 to fit through the doors of Amsterdam Town Hall. Especially true for AI technologies, which need massive amount of data and, even more importantly, high quality data. Many AI research labs protect the original data sets, knowing that these were created by humans. If a data set includes content generated by algorithms, it's labeled as contaminated. In a world flooded with AI-generated content, human-made data will undoubtedly become even more valuable. So, in July of this year, a team of scientists published research showing that each new generation of AI models may degrade if they don't include high-quality human-created data, and the supply of such quality data is already running low. So we can see how images in every trained model is degraded if this model have not enough human data, human high-quality data. However, what may be a problem for business and science can sometimes be an opportunity for artists. For example, Rafik Anadol's exhibition at MoMA features works that highlight a key aspect of AI models, which is their tendency to hallucinate, which we could know from AI-generated images with humans with 6 fingers or something like that. Rafik Anadol Studio is a great example of using big data sets in art. It's also created interesting projects using large data sets. And Rafik Anadol emphasized that collecting this data is ethically. So it is another good advantage in today's world when the data is very often just stealing by companies. These are Rafik Anadol studios. These are usually audiovisual installations displayed on the large screens or with the projectors with a projector that integrate into space, and they're interpreting different data sets through AI tools. This example is used for this installation. They used a lot of Renaissance works, paintings, sculptures, and text, and so on. So it's it is like accumulated reinterpretation of all of that pieces of art from human history. Here is another example that is not only historical art being processed by machine learning. In this AI data sculpture, which Refik and Adel called like that, his project is based on data from human brain activity collected using fMRI and DTI imaging techniques. Here is an example from Davos in Switzerland, and this installation represented a synthesis of 100 million coral reef images. And the last example is from this year, actually. This Friday in Las Vegas, where Refik and Adel studio presented work in 3 chapters with different data sources, which was publicly available images of space from the ESS and Hubble telescope, a 300 million images database of flora and fauna, and satellite images from the ESS in the 3rd chapter. So yeah, from I'm going to have a conclusion that from a broader perspective, AI tools are very advanced, but they are still just another set of tools for the artists. Programming languages, algorithms, and large data sets in the context of art are no different from paintbrushes, chisels, or cameras. And I think the controversy around using AI in art is another moment in our history where we can once again ask what is art, why do I need art, what would I want to look at art that no one really created, or what makes me want to look at art. And I don't know, is it the human touch, the story, or maybe the story behind the work, or just the aesthetic feeling is what brings me to art. And a lot of dilemmas like that. And I think a deeper understanding of this technology let us see AI art from a more conceptual point of view, with curiosity, as you would approach a new tool rather than fear or intimidation, which can come from not knowing enough or clever marketing used by companies. And since ancient times, people have dreamed about creating mechanical human, even trying to build automata, early forms of robots. And the word of automata comes from Greek and means acting of its own will. In ancient Greece, Byzantium, or on ancient China, legends exist about artificial humans or artificial animals. For example, in Greek mythology, Talos was a bronze artificial man, and in Chinese stories, was a mechanical man that could sing the perfect harmony, and so on and so on. And automatas from or automatons, which they called them in 18th century, could draw pictures or write letters, and this concept today seems to be embodied in the form of ChatGPTs and Midjourney or Suno and all of the tools which we know these days. And yesterday, when I walked through the Prague, I saw a beautiful example of an automata from the 17th century on the astronomical clock. Human history shows a constant desire to become the ultimate artist, giving life to machines. I thought these automata from Prague clocks are a great analogy for artificial intelligence and the buzz around it. On one hand, it is fascinating technology, but on the other hand, we fear its consequences. We don't know how future innovations in generative AI will impact culture, but let's remember that these are just tools, and at the end, it's humans who use them. Yeah, thank you. So probably right now is time for presentation of Jakub, and while he come here, I'm going to set up his presentation. Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, Paweł. It was interesting. Okay. Because I am the musician, and a few years was studying many of scores and playing live with people. Just wanted to focus for a short glimpse from the live musician's perspective. Okay, so we have. Yesterday we have had a played together with Cheslav and Paweł, and from almost 10 years we try to find some common space and trying to know how to answer on these questions. From my perspective, I think that playing music live to the audiovisuals, to visuals made by another person is a combination of these three values. Szabolcs Eszteni was a great composer, who was taking sorry, it will be easier for me to talk like this. He said about 3 rules that are important to make an improvisation on the instrument. As we can see, the contrast, repeatability, or parallelism, and as well processuality. In whole improvisation from lower register to higher during 5 minutes, for example, on the piano. And he said that using these 3 rules, you can improvise whatever, and maybe this is true. I think it's nice to use it in improvisations. Yeah, Vijay Iyer also said one thing about the importance of the improvising and listening as well, which is very obvious, but very often musicians forgot to do that, to listen another people, or in the context with visual layer artists. It's also important to know what is going now, to be focused. Yeah. Also, interesting perspective for me is the instrument determining the piece, the work, and the work. That work determines the instrument. What is very well known in installations that can produce something, and the artist is not necessary because it goes by itself. Dr. Tuna, for example, was making his performance with the installation that the last that at the end it's I mean, it's not the same layers, the randomness of the visuals and Okay. Yeah, I think from my perspective it is something like that. We do have an atmosphere. We can to catch that thing. We can go to it or back or find a new atmosphere or new theme. What we see, we can make it something with visuals or not. We can also be silent, of course. Yeah, I think this is the process of making music to something what is visible. Yeah, focus on detail or on the whole. Movement or shape is in detail. The whole can be color saturation or texture, for example, and your mindfulness for change. It's important to know what is going right now, but you have to wait what will happen. Maybe nothing, maybe the color saturation will grow, or texture, or maybe some details or something, or movements, and you make a decision what to do, to play, to not play, maybe make nothing, maybe focus on another 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 part. Yeah, and in the context of waiting time, that a few seconds, which are the latency time in your or in my mind. Yeah, just changes does not always have to cause something, and then it's interpretation. Yeah, something is changing, something not. You can react or not, and if we see shapes, it can be assigned or connotated with timbre, colors with frequency, space with effects, or motion on the image can be interpreted with tempo. Yeah. It's obvious we can also take this. If the shape is changing, we can try to change something different, different value of the musical layer. Yeah, and yes, the interpretation. For me, it's important, like, for me personally, it's very important to play happy music for a sad picture. Like we have from the artistic point of view, we have to mix everything, you know. Dramaturgy of an image can also be interpreted by the three values by Szabolcs-Eszény. What next? Mindfulness for changes is important in our process. You don't know if Vijay is hearing now or what he's thinking, what is he doing. So you have to wait a few seconds or just play. Creation and imitation is very nice process. A few seconds creation and imitation, very well known practice. And for example, what to do with this picture made with liquids? How to improvise music to this? That's everything, I think, for now, and thanks a lot.
So we go? Just like I put here this, that we have the timing. Yo. So hello. Welcome in Punctum, our mecca of experimental and impro music in Czech Republic, I would say, at least in Prague. With Keya here on my left side, from your position on the right side. We will talk louder, talk louder, of course, we will talk louder.
Yeah.
Because
Punctum,
we are in Punctum, it has to be a bit more louder here. We will share with you our experiences and joys we lived through last 3 years, I guess, within a project which is audio-visual project called Lyrarchestra Plus. And maybe we can put there this, thank you, or how can I do it? Yes, perfect, thank you. And that project was based on kind of a empty time of COVID period, because we were unable to play concerts, at least at the beginning. And with some guys, we said we will build our Soma synth called Lyra 8. You see the time parts, I mean the time photos, how to say that, like a documentary, how we established that at the beginning with our friends. And you actually see here, can we play that just on the background, how it should look. Ours are actually a bit uglier and noisier than these crafted Soma since Lyra 8. I just leave it there for a few seconds that you can see the machine, and there is a description what it should do and what is it composed from. You see, it's actually a tunable instrument, and it has like 8 voices. And why we started with this synthesizer? The reason was that when I was traveling around various places in Czech Republic, I realized there is plenty, compared to other countries in my experiences, plenty of musicians who has really original way of playing this instrument. And then I was a bit more digging what's behind, that also led to our building this instrument. And I realized, not only talking to these guys, but also playing with it myself, that it's hard to control. Maybe we can go back to the photo of this. Yep. That this machine, especially if you made it yourself, is a bit hard to control, which I actually like. And with the guys I met during the traveling, we discussed and said, okay, let's do ensemble. That's why Lyrarchestra. The plus there is because it's not only about the audio or aural level, it's also about visual. That's the plus. And we asked our great friends, by accident ladies, who does great visual, because the audio people are men. Yeah, it's really differently genderized, that the guys who does the audio here in this project are all men, and the visual people are women. So it's accident. It was not meant to be, but it's true. And when we established that ensemble, we were thinking actually from the very beginning that we will not just improvise or just jam and do whatever. We would like to focus that instrument on interpretation of graphic scores. And the reason why is very simple, because this instrument is really hard to control, at least not 100%, you will never master it. Even the creator of this instrument says that, because it's they call it this synth, it's like organismic synthesizer, which kind of mimic the communication among living beings, and as we all know, this is never same. So that's also the case of this 8 voices based synthesizer. And as let's say, make it shorter, this can be called as an open synthesizer, like open machine, in the sense as open work is described graphic score, at least the graphic scores which are more, let's say, abstract. Then was clear we will work on interpretation of graphic scores, but on both levels, not only audio, but also visual. And this is the topic we will talk about more. And Keya will also share her like the point of view from the visual perspective, which I cannot actually share, but I will talk a bit about the audio, how we interpret the scores. But I just wanted to like just very quickly, very briefly, that we are all on at least similar level what I'm talking about. I guess everybody knows what graphic scores means, although the terminus technicus is, in my opinion, a bit redundant, because which score is not graphic, but whatever, we will not go into the details. But let's say that the boom of graphic scores, as everybody knows, it was between 50s and 70s last century. You have the big names mentioned there on the slide. You can see there Morton Feldman's Projection 1 or John Cage's Williams mix. You see both from 50s. Here you can see more, I would say, clearer, although it doesn't look maybe on the first look, graphic score by Anestis Logothetis. The left one is called Culmination, the right one is Styx, and you can see on the Styx that there is the sigma, the Greek letter, and it is visible actually, because I don't see it much on the computer, but you can see on the screen that it's not that abstract as it may seem from the first look. You have their timeline, which is around 10 minutes, starts on the top right, 0, and follows the S, like the sigma letter, till the end, where is letter number 10. You can see that there is 12 lines at the end, clearly divided, so we can judge or guess that's maybe for 12 voices, 12 instruments, or something related to 12, which goes through all the S. So when you will start to examine this graphic score, you will see that it's not that abstract as some others. And these some others could be, for example, on the right corner up, you have the one page from the first page, actually, from the kind of opus magnum of graphic scores, the treatise by Cornelius Cardew, which has almost 200 pages. And there are no instruction at all. So when you see this, and this is nicely connected to Jakub's presentation, like how you want to interpret that if you don't have any instruction from the author. Could be very difficult, and some people were even saying, some scholars, that this is not a musical graphic score, it's a graphical novel, because you have these almost 200 pages nicely designed, and why it has to be music. Some scholars says that's a novel, graphical novel, like, graphic design. But some others, and that's majority, because they see the lines there, the musical lines, they think that this indicates a musical score. So this is an example of something abstract. On the left side, we have Earl Brown's, also we are in 50s, yeah? The treatise is a bit later, I believe he made it like for 5 years in 60s. The left one is Four Systems by Earl Brown. You can see I made it a bit bigger, this instruction. So from that instruction, and also as it is dedicated to David Tudor, you can get it for a piano. But again, like when you see that, it might be a bit difficult how to take this piece. And some scholars, can you, Keya, please move it, made it. There is another piece by Earl Brown called December 1952, which looks like this. And they made some nice thing how to play with it. You can do as a homework, or people who are watching at us, they can do it right now. You can play yourself. So as you can see, each of the graphic part has designed it, or it's connected with certain sound, and when you click it, then the ball starts to make the sound on that graphic part or graphic side. So that's, in my opinion, quite a nice and a bit funny way of interpreting, if you want to take that as an interpretation. But let's stop talk about the worldwide known guys. But let's talk about a bit, like let's show a bit about the guys from this region, like Czech and Slovak, and of course Poland. Milan Grigar, who is still living, a very important visual artist. He did in 60s, that's the four on the left, the acoustic drawings, which actually were not meant as a graphic scores, but by many people later on were interpreted as graphic score. The two on the right side, that's already meant to be interpret. That's like a serious graphic scores, which the author Milan Grigar wanted to be interpreted. Sorry, this is a mess on my side. Here is another guy who is, or was, or still is important. And that's already connected to the project I was talking about, Lyrarchestra Plus, which we were in the first period, let's say, working on. We picked up a few scores by Milan Adamcová and worked separately on audio level and visual level. And then we, of course, put it together. How, we will tell you a bit later. This is still very brief and not very loud. And this is another example of important visual artist who was actually musical enthusiast, Jan Steklý, who passed away in the same year as Milan Adamcová. And that was our later phase with whom we worked. And you can see, I will maybe, here I will say a bit more how we approached his work from the, let's say, musical part or musical side, and Keya will then continue from the visual side. Jan Steklý, he did plenty of graphic scores, and they had kind of like they had been repeated, like the topics or themes were repeated. Like the left one from your side, it's called burned, propalovaná in Czech, which you can see easily that there is some burning element involved in. And he has, I don't know how many, but let's say 10, maybe 20 similar, not same, pages like this. Then you have the birds, that's kind of a clear family, but also again he has like 10, 20 with different shapes and not that symmetrical, for example, like is this one. And the third example here is we call that families, family of grass scores. If we look, for example, we can start with the grass one. If we look a bit deeper, you see there are actual, like a classical notes, notation. And we discovered that Leoš Janáček piece, how is it in Virgin of Frýdek. That's the Frýdecká Panna Maria, yeah. And when we worked on that piece, we made it sample of exactly this one page of this Janáček's piece. And we are 6 people playing the Soma synth called Lyra 8. But now, actually, in this later phase, we already added also acoustic instruments like trumpet or some other instruments. So now it's not purely electronic ensemble, but electroacoustic, I must say. But here we divided these 6 people into 3 duos, and each of the duo had one, let's say, layer of the score to deal with. And one was playing the sample, one was playing the grass, and the third one I don't remember now, but it doesn't really matter. Let's say the first one, the burnt score, it was very interesting for us that when we were examining this score, even as a homework or then when we met with guys, you can see that the lines resembles, because one of us of our ensemble is a piano player. He kind of said, "Hey guys, it's really written like for a piano," and we saw it like there are kind of melody lines and kind of rhythmical lines. So one of the duos within this sextet played the piano way, of course, with the electronic instrument as a Lyra 8 was a bit more different. The 2 other guys were kind of getting the burning stuff, and the last 2 guys were playing with like a field recordings we made, because when we were thinking of this score, we were imagining the process how Steklik created. So we were imagining he was probably smoking for that, because he needed to do this burns through the papers. So we thought he was smoking, although maybe he was not smoker. This we didn't know. But there was the cigarette probably. That means he was probably having open window and heard the sound coming from outside. Plus, we knew that some of the others of this family, and that was one we chose actually to play as well, had the tea bags on it, like actual tea bags. So he was probably drinking tea or coffee. And we imagined this process of his creating this score, and we kind of took inspiration and recreation of this process while we were interpreting it. And then we actually discussed it with some guys who knew him very well personally, and they said that he was like very big fan of jazz music, like a jazz enthusiast, and it's very probable that he really meant the piano tunes there. The middle one is clear, that's the bird, so there was like, and you see it's cyclic, it's kind of a never-ending circle, birds, and we were playing that with the sound distributed around the 6 speakers, because we had, each of us has own speaker, which I maybe should have said before, but never mind. And of course we were using a bit of bird sounds. So maybe I can now play you, we had like a grande finale of this. It was like half a year of preparations, and then we had in Brno, in House of Lords of Kunststadt, which belongs to the main art gallery there in Brno. We had the performance there, and we were super nervous because there was the video after Jan Steklík, and also 2 authors of the monography of Steklík, which was the boss of the gallery, Terezie Petišková and Josef Čereš, who is like very clever guy about this intermedia things. I think we can play that now. Well, it's very short, don't worry. That's the piece actually with the Janáček, that's the grass with the Janáček samples. You can hear it, there is sometimes. This is Madame Steklíková, Maria. Okay, so I think this is a way how to give the floor to Keya, and she will continue.
Yeah, so I was one of the 3 people involved in creating the visual interpretation with Lira Orchestra Plus. And I just wanted to like quickly say a little bit about the 3 of us. So Kristina is an artist who's based in Prague for like, I think over 15 years or a long time. And she was my teacher in my bachelor's for like 1 year. And then we started working together. And it's kind of the same relationship with Isa, who was also her student. So we have this kind of almost long relationship in Prague, where we've been working with each other and collaborating on different projects. And it's usually been performative works. It's a lot to do with objects and light and space. For Lira Orchestra, we really wanted to, like each of us wanted to bring what we have in our practices and then meet in one place. And specifically with the scores, maybe I can say something about the Adamcová setup first, because that was the first time we worked with Petr and the other guys in the orchestra. And here we had a show in Meat Factory at Alternativa Festival, and we really wanted to create like a space that is completely consuming, because that is also what was happening with the sound, that people were like, we had the audience placed in a way that they were surrounded by the sound, and we wanted that to be reflected in the visual as well. So we had, I think, 4 or 5 projections ongoing all the time. And as you can see here on the right, I was always like showing the actual score as it is. With each part, we would change the score so that people would know which is being played in which moment. And then there were these other visuals which were interacting with some physical objects also. There were some foils that were breaking the projections in the space. And in terms of content, we were using some different kind of ways of reading the same score. For us, we were trying to visualize it based on our own perceptions. Like there was footage of these, I forgot their names now, but it was this couple that was chasing volcanoes, and I think they died also in one of those moments. So it's quite sad. But the visuals are really beautiful, and we felt like they brought like something performative into the atmosphere. So we kept these kind of influences in terms of visuals. And these are some more pictures from the event. Yeah, and there was a disco ball. There is almost always some humor, and Isa was the person who was responsible for the amazing disco ball moment. It comes towards the end, and the point was to like bring a closing moment that really finishes the piece. And for me, I think it's a really nice way to break the tension of what I think sometimes happens in these kind of acts where the music seems too serious or it can be too academic or something. So for me, this is a really nice way to break that and make it more easy to digest, maybe. And I just wanted to share maybe our script for the Steklik performances. So like Petr already mentioned, we had all these different families of scores. There were 5 scores that were played, and we had exact timings for each of them. We also knew exactly which duo was playing what. So we created our own parallel running score for each of them. Christina and Isa were working quite physically. They both had objects in the space. They were, you can also see it maybe here. So Christina was literally burning things in the performance. She was also working with the monograph that Petr mentioned for Steklik. So there was a lot of like physical material that was being used. The projections were also literally moving in space. They were adjusting the projector in the space and moving it around. I was more responsible for the bigger projections. They were more virtual. I was not working so much physically with any objects, but I was more responsible for creating, I think, the overall atmosphere. So there was always this, there was always some understanding between the 3 of us about how much space each person takes, because that's the whole thing with light and projections, knowing how much you are occupying in a space. Which is why a lot of my visuals tend to like take away all the pixels, and it's quite low resolution also. And then I think I have some more images here from Brno, because this was, I think, I was really happy because I had 2 huge projectors, so I was really enjoying myself. But it was a nice experience of like creating this space and like really consuming the whole atmosphere with the visual. I also have a video here from Brno, which was, this was the birds, one of the birds. Yeah. So, I mean, you can kind of tell there that we were trying to reflect what was happening in the score in a visual manner also. So keeping the circular formation, keeping the cyclical thing, and literally having birds is another motive that was connected to the score. Now to Schaefer. Yeah.
Oh yeah, now we are in the current program, because yesterday when we played with Keya, the impro piece, I would say, or semi-composed, semi-improvised piece was definitely inspired by Boguslav Schaefer. I was not mentioning him before, but as most of you probably knows, He died just 5 years ago and was one of the most important composers in this part of the world for sure. He died in nice 90 years old in Salzburg. He was born 1929 in Lviv. And he did enormous number of composition, like around, I don't know, 600 or something like this. Then a lot of texts, also hundreds. He was doing also theater pieces, and he did also graphics. They call it grafiki. I don't know if it's like a translation in Polish to graphic scores or it's a different word, but they call it grafiki. There is a great webpage. I seriously recommend. There is plenty of work of Boguslav Šefer, and we with other guys, we were this year in different Visegrad project working on Šefer's pieces, also in a Beograd radio electronic music studio where Šefer composed electronic symphony in 70s, and he worked with the synthesizer, big one, like half of this Punctum probably size, which is called EMS, is the company, and the instrument is called Synthi 100, and it's a great machine. It does amazing sounds, and we had the privilege, or we were so lucky that we could be in April this year working there with the same guy as Boguslav Šefer was in 70s. And I made some recordings there, and that was some part of the yesterday's sound. So as we were invited by Jakub, Cheslav and Paweł for this project, we thought would be nice also to incorporate Boguslav Šefer's, let's say, some inspiration or something. So that's why we talked with Keya, let's a bit work on that, because graphic scores we both likes. We have some history working together on that, and Keya chose these.
Yeah. I mean, Petr told me about Šefer, and I was looking at his website, and there was so many graphics to look at. And first of all, I really enjoy how graphic it is. It's so colorful, and it's really like nice to look at. It's very pleasant to look at. And we were both talking about picking some graphic that is not very clearly, it doesn't have any musical notes or anything, it's super abstract. And for the show yesterday, I picked these three, and I specifically took out, I cropped out the specific images from it, which I was then playing live in reaction to Petr's music. And my interpretation also involved like some videos that I took last week, because in all three graphics I could feel like there was a very strong presence of autumn, and just felt appropriate to include footage that I have taken recently. So the aim was to really have like precisely his images and then somehow overlay it on top of my own, and constantly trying to react and read what Petr is playing. And this is a nice game for me. I think it's what I like about playing live visuals. I don't really want my visuals to just be pleasing, but also be actively listening. That's a constant attempt, at least, that I make. And another part of the show yesterday, last evening, because I was listening to some of Šefer's compositions, I really felt like everything was so dramatic, everything felt very cinematic, and constantly I was feeling like this was going into some really strong moods here. And I am currently studying my master's in fine arts, so I recently had a state exam where I had to look at a lot of European art history, which was very boring, I'm sorry. But my favorite thing that I learned, I think, from this studying process was about this painter. She was a Baroque painter, Artemisia Gentileschi. I'm also sorry about my pronunciation. But she was one of those few like women who were painting in that period and was actually known for that. But also she's amazing because she was painting a lot of women as protagonists or as characters that were almost equal to men in her work. I think over like 90% of her paintings had women as the core character. And I really enjoy how dramatic her paintings are, how violent and how incredibly soft at the same time they are. So I was somehow in my head, this was my interpretation of like connecting Scheffer's compositions and the drama in his music to the drama of Artemisia's paintings. Yeah, that was the reason why I mentioned I brought her in. And another part which I don't have in the slides here was the beginning of the show. I was using a live camera input, and that is because I have a tendency of like involving self-referential content. I really like when I'm performing when I'm doing visuals with a performer, if it's musical or if it's another kind of performance, I like to again reinforce what is happening in real time. So that was another aspect which I would like to mention. I don't know if this is interesting for anyone, but I just thought I would mention quickly how I was making the visuals yesterday. It's a combination of a program called Open Broadcaster software. It's free, it's amazing, it's great. Everyone should use it. And I'm using that to send in live camera input, but also I'm using my phone as a, I don't know how to describe it, but I have images on my phone that I'm manipulating in real time with the touch. And they're running through Resilium in the end. So it was a combination of 2 or 3 simple things. It's not really it's not that complicated, I think, technically. But that was last night, yeah. And we wanted to finish by saying you should play this game at home. It's really great.
Or if you have any questions, of course, we are ready.
Call us
here.
up, yeah.
But also you can come and play this score by Errol Brown, made it by Brian Ellis and his colleagues at some university, I forgot where.
Yeah. That's all from us, yeah.
or do I speak? Either. It's okay. So is this level okay? I guess. Yeah, or maybe I can go closer. Like this. It's fine. I mean, there's enough space with the beautiful red table. Okay. So, hi. My name is Natálie Pleváková. I'm a composer, performer, sound designer, and sound educator. And today I'm going to present my newest project, which I called Adamcová. So, why Adamcová? First, I'm gonna tell you what was my track of thoughts and why I decided to work on this project, because this is something that I've been thinking of for a long time now. And I think it began already when I was studying music at the Music Academy back like 10 years ago. And I started performing with computer because I was programming music synthesis in software and music and programming language SuperCollider. So when I was performing back then at the academy, I was by the computer. I was standing there in the place where normally chamber orchestras would perform. And after my performance, one of my teachers, a composer, he told me that he doesn't believe that I was making music there. He thought that I was responding to emails or something. And I think a lot of people who are performing with computers at some point of their careers encountered something like that. And no wonder, because if it's not being projected, then we're not really sure what the person is doing there, right? Some people may have some controllers, so you see some movement. They turn some knobs or faders, so we can somehow link it to what's been happening in the sound, but even then, it doesn't have to be something that is very natural to our brains in the connection of the sound and the changes when we're playing or when performers are performing. So since then, I was, apart from my practice where I code the synthesis and then perform it, and most of the times I have my controllers or my small modular system, but since then I'm always thinking I would like to have something to perform, because otherwise what's the point of performing, right? I think it. And that's also some practice at some, let's say, schools that people are being placed in between the audience in the sweet spot where they can hear perfectly, especially with multi-channel compositions, for example, or they don't have to be present at the stage, because why really? It's not that necessary. Do we really have to have that feeling that we have the performer, the fetish, that there is someone who's looking somewhat beautiful or whatever and performs? So I was thinking it could make sense if I have some instrument or if I am actually performing. So a little skip. You know this instrument. This is a French horn, right? But as long as our practice goes with the composers, I don't think we're thinking that much about the instruments. They're there. I think the better of us would listen to the performers and interpreters and see what their capabilities are, whether they are very traditional or believe in extended techniques and stuff like that. And for me personally, as a composer, it makes sense only to collaborate with people who I know what their capabilities are and what is their relationship to the instrument. So why I chose this one? What do you think of the aesthetics? Have you considered it? Have you ever thought about it in the 21st century? because to me it looks actually kind of funny, you know. I feel like most of the instruments, they look like from some steampunk novel. There are a lot of curves, weird materials. I mean, it makes perfect sense, of course. It's state of the art and it's been developed for long, long times. I think most of the instruments that are being used in orchestras nowadays were finalized in 18th and 19th century. So I'm not saying they're not perfect, but I'm just thinking about the aesthetics and maybe what could be next, you know. So this is just me taking picture in the French horn. I think it makes nice textures. That's just something I did. But another one, marimba, look, if you look at it from this point of view, of course it makes sense physically because we wouldn't be able to achieve the tones and the intervals if we didn't make the precise cut with the pipes. But the aesthetics, I mean, it's interesting. I think it's from the other world. This is something that I found on the internet. So if your kid is trying to learn French horn, you can buy them this instrument. I think this looks something more like an instrument from the 21st century. But of course, it's plastic, it's cheap. So that's just something that's happening now. Other instruments are really funny, like this one, I think everyone's favorite in the orchestra, triangle. This one has a very particular shape. I think it can kill someone if you don't make it to your time in the other percussionists. But yeah, there are many instruments that are nowadays used, or most of them, the classical ones. And I think it's actually nice to think about their aesthetics, how they look in the context of nowadays aesthetics, materials, what we know. It's a wonder that they're staying still the same. So this is where my thoughts were when I was thinking, what is next? What comes next in sense of instruments? Of course, there are many interesting ways how to deal with the switch in electronics because I believe electronic music is really something that is like a natural evolvement in music. So what we're doing, or people are doing, they're taking the instruments and they're bringing them into this world of electronics by making some hybrids, maybe like this digital wind instrument. I don't know whether you're familiar with these, but they're basically wind synthesizers. They look like spaceships, maybe something like from Star Trek War Orchestra, which I think is very interesting, especially bear this in mind because in the later stage of development of my instrument, I was thinking about how to approach the aesthetics, or how should such instrument look like. And at some point, I got to the phase when I thought, okay, let's consult the artificial intelligence. And it was nowhere near to what we're saying here, so that's kind of interesting. So, yeah. So this weird thing is something that I made last year. I called it Metalangelo. I don't know why. It's made of metal. It's made of some hardware source supplies. And these wires that I tuned into the microtonal system that I was using then when performing. And also there's this thing about these wires, you could bend them and then of course change the frequency in which they were vibrating. And I somehow wanted to make it aesthetic. And I asked my friend, the visual artist, Honza Matisek, who made this silver cloud in which it's sitting. I'm not sure whether we had any idea. We just wanted to make it look like something that's not existing, which I guess is true. But so it was just something that I did, felt very much like Harry Partch. I don't know whether you know him, but he was an American composer who was coming up with these microtonal systems and building instruments. And I think I've read somewhere that he had to have 2 houses so he could put the instruments that he's made in one of them, which is of course not my case because I live in Prague and there's very expensive rents. But so I made this small instrument, and this is me playing it here last year. And now to the prompt I used when I told you that I came with this idea that I'm going to consult the artificial intelligence, but that was before I decided which instruments I want to modify or maybe make next generation of it, Adamcová. And so I did this prompt with this Flux One model for creating images. I'm not sure it's possible to read it well, but let's read it together. So I gave it a prompt to fantasize the orchestra of the future, remake the musical instrument in different shapes and made of different materials than they typically are. For example, the violin has longer neck, the percussions are hanging from the ceiling, the flutes are being played by feet, and so on. And this came out. So, and actually there were many more of them, but really it wasn't very inventive. So the artificial intelligence wasn't very inventive, or couldn't think of any other, I guess, than conductor instead of double bass. So that didn't help much. And I also found out that only if you use prompts like make it alien or whatever, then of course it's these green little men playing the bass. So it wasn't very inventive, so it didn't help really at all. So then I've decided, I knew what instrument I want to build. I knew I wanted to build some like a string instrument. Actually, I wanted to build a harp, not really the full size, but this, let's say, mechanism, and of course make it smaller so I can bring it with me and perform with it, and having pretty much the same qualities as harp. And since there was some further development behind it, because I knew I don't want to process the instrument, because nowadays if you're doing electronic music, I think there are certain ways you are going. So it's either you're programming and you're creating, coming up with your own synthesis, you do sound design. That's when you're, I guess, the most creative. Then you can use tools that have pre-built, let's say, modules, instrument, which I think nowadays is the most common practice, because also when I started coding music, it was some 10 years ago. And I believe nowadays, in many cases, actually, it's quite redundant, because the development is very huge in this area. And many things can be performed easily. I don't have to program them anymore, because there are so many plugins or instruments, digital instruments that are being made that you can use. So I don't believe me as a very mediocre programmer should be spending so much time on it anymore. So yes, harpo. So as the name suggests, I decided to redo the harp. And not only the harp, because I was thinking of a mechanism that I can use for more instruments, because the other way that most of the people are working, if they're doing electronic music, is processing the signal they get, the audio signal. So most of the players, interprets, are using their instrument, they're using their techniques, the hours, years that they have spent crafting their capabilities, controlling the instrument, which I think is the great thing about it, and something that I would in the future like to use, because the interprets, they have this skill that I will never have. And then again, my instrument was piano, and I'm also a very mediocre piano player. I'm not a virtuoso. It's just an instrument that I've been playing since young age, and that gives me understanding of harmonies and melodies for composing. So yes, I was thinking that's something that I can use, but I don't want to process the signal. I want to use the skill, I want to use the qualities of the instrument, but merely for an input signal in a case as an information, as a digital interface for my instrument. So something like this, I told the artificial intelligence again, also with some aesthetic qualities, and this is what came out. I've got several of these pictures. So this was one of the first. And again, there is this, I think, I don't want to say fun thing, I think maybe a bias, that if you write down it's a harp player, it's automatically a woman, and she's automatically being very fragile, or how to put it. It's something interesting. That's something that's happening with the AI, of course, because it's even fairy-like, which is weird, I think. But I think the very first attempts, they weren't white. I think they were more in the classical sense of the harp instrument, and also all the players were wearing tuxedos, because of course classical music is connected with some smart clothes. Yeah, I started adding light to it, and it started to get more interesting. I like this case when the strings are really like crossing each other. That might sound interesting. This is a lap harp. And also another peculiar thing, most of the people who are being pictured here are Asian. That's also something that the artificial intelligence has a bias in, I think. I like this levitating one. Yeah, this one's really good. Like having this lot of space in between. I think I like this one the most. And so these pictures I sent to the visual artist that I collaborate with, Jan Matisek, and I told him to come up with an extension to my harp, so it should look like this. And right now I'm not going to show you the outcome of it. I will show it only when playing tonight, so if it interests you, you'll see it soon enough. Yeah, one last of these instruments. And now to a few of the technical stuff that I was facing with. So, as I told you, one of the means of how to deal with these instruments would be processing. So I didn't go this way. So what I have decided to do or create is make the harp a MIDI controller. And of course, we know many types of MIDI controllers. Most of the times, it's the keyboard ones and faders and knobs, all working with the ratios or divisions of the 128 values that it uses. And so I was thinking, actually, because when programming synthesis, or I'm going to show you soon my instrument that I use in Super Collider, I've decided, or I found out, that the MIDI controlling is actually quite sufficient. Sometimes I use OSC, but really the MIDI works pretty well, I think, even though it's quite late protocol. But for the harp, I decided I want to use it, and I want to make it the same controller as we have, for example, the keyboard ones. So I have my harp with 15 strings, which I can of course tune, and then I would use these values as the note values for my MIDI. And also for that, I need something that is called the MPE, or MIDI polyphonic expression. Maybe you've heard of that too. I think some very famous and being perceived as state-of-the-art or the latest development instruments are, for example, the Raleigh controllers. So you not only deal with the traditional values like the height of the note and the length of playing it, but also the expression. So that means, for example, if you're pressing hard enough, there is a vibrato, or I don't know, you can change pitch by sliding in between those tones in microtonal tuning. So something like that. So that's something that I was facing with. So the first thing is to take the audio signal, to convert it into MIDI, and then also being able to work with these subtle changes. So that's something that I have to deal with, and also the latency of the signal, because that's something that I found out is the most problematic thing in processing signal like that, because then you have several milliseconds, which of course are audible already, so that doesn't work very well. So I invite you all to hear tonight whether I made a good job. One last thing I want to show you is just this interface and snip of a code, which is irrelevant, sorry. But this is something that I also use. This is the instrument that I've built in Super Collider, and it's a little interface that I'm using while performing. And I think I wouldn't go very much in depth here, because I think that's probably interesting only for people who are interested in that. So if you are, I invite you to ask me after the concert, or maybe if we have time before. And I guess that's it. Thank you. Or if there are any questions right now, then I'm more than happy to answer them. No? Okay.
si to nechají tu na tom malom stolíku, no.
Já jsem v pohodě,
A chceš už z toho mať aj výstup zvukový?
Hej, počkaj, nie, no, tak ono je to taktok. Tutok. No a zvuk z druhej strany. Akurát. Dobre, skúsme to. Ešte si musím dať asi... Ešte si musím... Hello. Hello, everyone. So, I think I was invited to talk about something, so I was thinking about how to approach this. We will have a performance tonight which is something completely different, but I thought I could share some ideas about how I thought about recording my album, which came out last year, and to share some of the compositional / improvisational process behind it. And this is the cover photo, which I didn't take. Of course, it was AI produced. But I had this idea, which is the central topic of my talk, which will be more like a demonstration, kind of real-time demo, with the risk of failing also, because it's all very unpredictable. But so the idea was that for a long time I have been thinking about how to create music that would be improvised, but also would sound like composed a bit, but also this funny thing that now you can actually make music that many film composers do, that sounds like a real orchestra, while in fact it's not real players who do the stuff. It's just the score that is being played by a computer with some sounds that were actually usually mostly produced by humans, but they were recorded as samples, and these are now available as software libraries as you can download and use. And I was thinking like, okay, but I don't want to compose a soundtrack or anything like that, but I would really like to have an improvising orchestra of players who would just do stuff, and I could then control them, or like, I mean, control is not the best word, it's like a dialogue or like an interplay with some entities that would do their own stuff. This is also based on my previous practice, where I tried to improvise with algorithms, doing some kind of either like synthesized sounds or sample-based stuff. While in this case it's very much based on some, as Natálie was actually talking about, people who produce plugins and some pre-made, like prefabricates that you can use in your own music. I was very much intrigued by this, and I really like using presets or stuff that is pre-made, and then to deconstruct this somehow, or work with something that was intended to work in a certain way, but then you can somehow circumvent the original logic. And so I then produced an album which is kind of a demonstration of this, but it's also playing with this machine. It's not even consciousness, but it's like machine personification as something that is an entity, but it's not human. It's like very strange. It's an actor. It does something. It's very mysterious, at least from outside. So I'll try to show something that is not so mysterious. But there is some AI stuff also, which is also very mysterious. But I thought I would not talk about that. I just used some neural networks and models that were also available, like voice models, and they were doing really strange stuff. But in the case of instruments, it's all based on libraries that are either open source, like available for free, or it might be that you would have to buy them. In which case, it's a tricky thing. Like, I was really thinking, like, should I buy a symphonic library, which is really expensive? Usually they are really expensive tools because they are meant for people who compose music for soundtracks, and I was not really doing that. So but I tried to choose some funny examples of libraries. Like I said, okay, this is something that might work. It's like there's this Vienna Symphony Orchestra that recorded some bits and pieces, and you can have that in a library where you would play maybe a little bit louder some choir songs and yeah. So I really liked this one, and I thought like, okay, this is good because it's called smart orchestra, in that you have keyboard and you can arrange these sounds of different instruments laid out on one keyboard. So it's used for making sketches for soundtracks and for kind of getting the feel of the whole orchestra and how to work with different instrument groups. And it's funny because then, if you think about it, you can do some funny stuff that is, I'll come to that later, that is not actually being playable by humans, or it's not, doesn't make any sense to combine these instruments together. It would be against any orchestration rules and stuff like that, which made me really curious how that would actually sound. So you can do that manually, but you can improvise with this. It's fun, but also it's fun to leave it up to an algorithm. So I'll play some pieces, and the approach was that I tried to create certain patterns that I could interfere with later. So it's in that regard it's improvised, because you can choose to change parameters and change the behavior of the process. And it's really quite funny to observe what it does sometimes. And so I decided to have different sections with different types of instruments, or even different orchestral libraries. And was curious like how this could actually work. And then basically my approach was to try to live code, I could call it live coding, live code some stuff. So we would change parameters and then evaluate the code. And this is also written in Super Collider, where you have the option to load the library as a VST plugin, fortunately. And so you can then create some functions or some pieces of code that would do stuff like this. So you say you would play random notes, or you would play notes in a certain range, and then you would repeat the process. You would wait. You maybe would play something else, but in the same range. Or you could do some phrases even. So yeah, this is quite okay. It sometimes makes sense to have it more developing. So you could then try to change some parameters like breaks between the phrases or something like that. So I was thinking like we could do some more structured thing. Then it changes, but you have certain type of staccatos, for instance. And this is without any external control, so as of now, it's just I let the orchestra do its stuff. Okay, so this is funny because, as you can imagine, it's very dramatic, but at the same time, it's not absolutely meant to signify anything. It's just there as this dramatic effect, and that's kind of a fun way to approach it, I think. And then I was thinking, like, okay, we could do some more funny stuff, which I'm not sure how this actually sounds. It's more like, yeah, maybe it works like pitch bends. So it's bending the sound, and this is something you wouldn't be able to do probably in a with a real orchestra. Or we can have two of them. We can have like I don't know. Yeah, so the funny thing is then you have to remember what you actually started, and you have to also stop it. But then I wanted to something more interactive, where I would be more maybe decide in the middle of the process what would happen. And so there is this thing like changing the tempo. You can do that. BBC Orchestra. Which is interesting because you can create some, maybe not really playable but by humans, but some textures that kind of resemble that real orchestra, but they go to a certain more fantasy direction. But you can also do melodies or something that is more like a bit random but also harmonic. And then I thought like, we can live code, which means change parameters as we go. So try to transpose stuff. Or to create some pattern that would just transpose the melody but go on. Some other instruments. I don't know. Yeah, so this was nice, but also it was a bit static for my taste, so I thought like maybe we could do one more thing with the textures. That was interesting to observe, like when you change instruments on the fly and you do it very fast, for instance. And this is a very CPU heavy process because you have, not CPU maybe, but RAM. Mostly the memory is a problem because you load a lot of samples and you work with the instruments as loaded in the memory. So this is also made of these strange sounds where you have just the transients or like beginnings of the like tags of the sound, and then you mix them in a very like a goulash soup. Yeah, and then we can do some other stuff with it, like also transpose. Or make it more dynamic transpositions. Change the sounds. Yeah, so this was funny because it was really like something like an orchestra, but it's very fluid and very like, I don't know, strange in between, like some uncanny thing. But then I thought we could do something more with the variation and repetition things, and I chose this Vienna Smart Orchestra to do this. Also because there are so many funny combinations of the instrument groups that you would never write this type of music as a composer, but it's funny to observe, and you can actually let yourself be surprised by what the computer does if it works, maybe. Let me see. If not, I can play something else instead. But yeah, so again, this part doesn't seem to be working. Maybe I'll try to restart the thing, but in between, I can show you maybe something else. Yeah. So I chose to build a simple interface where you, for instance, set a range between the two notes, and then the algorithm somehow fills this in with some layered sounds of also of some chamber orchestra or like maybe a smaller ensemble, and then you can move the sliders or like map it to a MIDI controller, and then you would actually be able to change a lot of things at the same time, which is so-called maximalist aesthetics, which I like sometimes. And in this case, yeah, let's hear something. It's very wild. It's also part of one track, like this. You can change the tempo as well. And make some breaks. I thought this would be maybe good for like scoring cartoon movies. Yeah, so you get the idea. And then maybe you could also add some drums. And this was really funny to combine different like sounds of different worlds. So there was one idea like, how do we create a drummer that would just play, but that would be also able to make some variation in the sound, like so. So there's only one slider controlling what the drummer is doing, basically, and it's a real metal drummer. We can combine it with the orchestra also. Gets very dramatic, but yeah. So there was this funny idea of using like an equation that is mapped to MIDI data, and this is like logistic. It's called a logistic map, and it's this predator and prey situation where you can simulate some things that happen in real life, but also it's a famous equation of a chaotic system where you cannot easily predict what it will be doing at certain value. So we can see it going from left to right as producing a certain MIDI value, but when we come to for instance 3 point something, it oscillates between 2, and it's not very predictable. So you can have 2 drums, for instance, doing regular stuff, but when you move to the right, it gets more complicated. It's doubling. It's like 4 drums, or it can be more like 16 MIDI notes and changing all the time, and then you get this very complicated feeling of a real drummer. But maybe I would still want to show some of this looping orchestra thing if we are lucky and it works, hopefully. Yeah, but so this, I didn't really code this myself in terms of the equation, but it's a funny thing that is very useful to have some, let's say, chaotic or, yeah, fractal or other equations that create interesting behavior that is very sensitive to the parameters. So you only change it slightly, and it's the behavior changes quite a lot. So it's loading. It needs to load a lot of files. Yeah. So that was the drum part. How much time do I have?
4 minutes.
Okay.
There's a 10-minute break, so you can stretch it on a little bit more.
No, I don't want to stretch it, but it all depends on this thing loading in time, but it seems that it's already. So let's try. If it doesn't work, I'll do it some other time. For instance, we wanted to have this orchestral thing going on, but no. It's funny. Let me see one more thing. Okay, so I'll show you something else instead. Although this is quite surprising, usually this part works and then some other parts didn't. But then I was thinking like how to take it to the extreme, and that was usually the final part of live sets. I didn't use this in the album. And there is a funny thing, like a general MIDI library with all these sounds. So you can, that. Yeah, and the funny thing happens when you play it very fast, like this black MIDI concept where you have millions of MIDI notes falling and playing, but also composers like Conlon Nankaro did stuff like with these pianos and mechanical piano players, where you would have this roll of impossible notes that the piano would play then mechanically. So I thought, okay, we could do this and live code and try to change the process. So I think maybe this will be the last thing I'll show if the other one doesn't work. Let's see. So let's say we something very fast. And change the content a little bit. So you can change the instruments and it changes the color because it's very fast, and then the harmonics change. And then we can loop some sequence. Or change the loop as it goes. So I guess this was the most extreme case of using the so-called orchestral timbres and colors. But it's funny because you can get these general MIDI sounds, and it has this strange quality. It's not really a realistic sample, but you can do stuff like this with it. So I think, yeah, the time's up. And yeah, so this is part of the process I tried to share. Thank you.
So I'm not really used to speak in front of the audience. So I thought maybe I can most of the time speak with the things which surrounds me. So I was wondering what should I talk about. I managed to think about maybe a practice which follows my pieces, or how I think about things and a character in the pieces. And so I started to think about an objects and how can we tell the story, and what are the aspects for building some kind of tension. And I was really interested in Tim Horton's philosophy about taking in consideration organisms and objects which surround us. Therefore, I started to apply these thoughts into the practice, and I was thinking to put a light of the beam to the speakers so we can actually see into this hall of them, because as an object, they have a certain properties and qualities, and which creates a dialogue between a space and us, and we coming to the space and being inside of the space with these objects creates a certain quality and attention between, and we can take that as a part of the story itself. So the causality of the space and these objects between and with each other create a certain a community which connects with each other. We can maybe try to imagine that as left and right objects creating very simple dialogue between so it's a glass which falls down and scattered, and it's our voice which follows this action inside of our body, and we react to that aspect of seeing something what happened. And it doesn't need to be that much dynamic. It can be very static. But the fact that we are in a space which has these acoustic qualities always goes further and beyond of that simple aspect, and beyond even our ear perception. So we recognize all these objects in the space and also the physical laws which are there, and we can observe them, and by the observation we can take further and get very close to a certain reality which can can be there for us to actually change us in a different kind of reality, and that contemplation of a reality can become a statement of what is possible and how we can imagine different trajectories of these objects, and not only the objects, but it can go really beyond of only objective this like sound properties. And maybe for that I would use a quotation from a book from Brendan LaBelle, which says, if understanding of public life and political activity are often based on making visible what is hidden or denied, what formation of subjectivity and social empowerment might the disappearance, the missing or the hidden take? Visibility is profoundly shaped by disappearance, clouded or complicated by those who have disappeared or been silenced, or those who are profoundly affected by difficult journeys and intense fragility. And the aspect of like being hidden and not seeing can be really powerful inside of what we are not really used to, and how we should perceive things which are unknown to us and which we never came across. And for this I really take a sound as a perfect medium for creating this environment, which can be as this kind of statement for a different reality, imaginary. And for that I would maybe play a certain pieces which very shortly can do very like simple imaginary of a past, maybe like a linear sound projects. So I would like to that for a bit. In that matter, we can maybe work with a two-channel a set, and maybe try to use a certain phrases, and the outcome of being in time and space, and also very very literal, but meaning. And for that, I created one of the pieces which kind of plays with the idea of a direction of and a position in a direct way, and I'm gonna play it now.
Don't waste your time. They want to look any minute now.
So if I come back, an actual properties of this sound space, we can build it up different ways. So we can go across some of them, which are the main one is the reverb, which creates some kind of a spatial echo, and there is also a time within the space, and how we can perceive the time length of the space. And also the speed of the time development of its formation. To be fair, I would maybe ended up here, since I think I would let it to divide now. Yeah, thank you. Připravené.
Okay. Hello everyone, welcome to my artist talk. My name is Adela Mede, and I make experimental music in which I focus on the voice, either mine or someone else's. And I just ran here. And in my music I'm also exploring my identity as a Slovak-Hungarian person, speaking 3 languages from a very young age and being very confused by that. And I have 2 albums out, Sobačák, which I released in February 2022, and Natálie Pleváková, which I released last November 2023. And I will talk about my process. I will use some examples from these albums as well as other things, unreleased things. And in my process, I reference a lot of folklore, and I kind of utilize it as well. So I would like to show how I approach that. So I divided my approach to folklore into different sort of chapters. One of them is a search for authenticity, an acceptance of the geographic local, navigation of the present using narratives from the past, freedom from stereotypes, and longing for human interaction and storytelling. So these are the themes. I will remind which one I'm talking about while I'm talking about it. So I was born in the 90s, so naturally I watched a lot of MTV and wanted to be like the pop stars I saw on MTV. While my parents, growing up in high school, decided to join a Slovak-Hungarian folk group called Ifjúszívek and Szőttes. As you can see behind me, you can see my parents. If I turn this way, from the top second right is my mom. And then you can see her more times. And in the very middle is my dad. These are photos available publicly, so I am allowed to use it. And now I wanted to turn off the projector, but maybe we have to wait a bit longer, or maybe Slávo can do it. Yes, so this is just wanted to show what folklore looked like for my parents. And as it was so present for them growing up during their formative years, it really wasn't present in my life. I chose to focus on my love for popular culture and chose a different path. But it was never really forced on me either in my childhood. But it always became a reference point, something I could always return to if things got a bit too confusing. I knew that, this is something that my parents grew up with, and it's like fixed, almost something fixed, something that represented home in some ways. So I wanted to play a song that my parents used to dance to, but also when I perform solo, I perform this song sometimes as an ode to my parents.
guess this is kind of the kind of folklore that was present in my parents' lives. Then for university I left to London to study popular music. And it was a very interesting time because it was my dream to go west and learn from the West and be like the West. And initially I also wanted to go study specifically at this university because of James Blake, and so I was very much looking up to these pop icons. But I quickly realized that actually this is not what is authentic to me. I was actually really homesick. I really missed home a lot. And I was searching for it in the music that we learned about, but also the music that I was making. At university, it was the first time I was introduced to music like, I know, very bad, but Björk, Mitski, Holly Herndon, David Bowie. I didn't ever listen to this music before that. So it was very interesting to me how these musicians also interpret this idea of authenticity and how they are searching for it. And I guess also growing up in Slovakia, I was exposed to a lot of, imitation of the West, and, that this is something that we have to do as musicians. And I felt like it was time to confront that and really ask myself, who am I and what can I actually bring to the table within my music practice. So I finished my degree, and as I finished my degree, it was the birth of my debut album called Szabadság, which means freedom. And it was finalized when I moved back to Slovakia, and then released when I was already living in Slovakia. But let me just play you a song from it, and then I can talk about it a bit more.
Voltam ott már, voltam én.
Voltam ott, már voltam én.
Otthon, de máshol is jártam még.
Otthon, de máshol is jártam még.
De otthon zöldebbek a fák.
De otthon zöldebbek a fák.
Csak sajnos más miatt is jöttem el.
Csak sajnos más miatt is jöttem el.
A nyelvem háromfele olvad.
A nyelvem háromfele olvad.
Háromszor tudok érezni.
Háromszor
rajövök össze. Ismersz engem?
Ja ti nemôžem doživotne vravieť. Všetko
this album was very much an expression of love towards my geographic home, because I recorded most of it close to where my parents live, and they live on the border of Slovakia and Hungary. I mean, also Bratislava is on the border, but they live a bit more north. And I spent so much time sitting on the ground and recording everything around me and singing in the field and teaching my sister all my songs in the field and recording that. And it started this process of kind of accepting my geographic local, that, okay, that, you know, I am from here, like I'm literally from the border of Slovakia and Hungary, and this is my home, and how can I really accept that as in my practice? And also, you know, it was very interesting that when I released this album, it was quite well received by, like, outside of Slovakia and Hungary, by people who don't speak any of the languages, and they had no idea what I was singing about. So it was extremely encouraging for me, and it really encouraged me to go deeper and on my little project of figuring out who I am. So I focused on this accepting and building love for the geographic local more and more. And on my second album, Nelepia Viragra, it kind of, which means don't step on the flower, I really wanted to avoid working with anyone outside of my region. So I worked on most of the songs. I worked with a Slovak youth accordionist called Jakub. Then I worked with Polish artist Martina Basta, who released on my husband's label Warm Winters, and we became very good friends. And then I also worked with Wojciech Rusin, who played a concert in Lom in Bratislava, and it was really an amazing set. So I felt inspired to send him my album before it was released, and the email was very short that he replied, but he just said, I really appreciate that you are not singing in English. So I felt like, you know, he gets it. So I wanted to work with him. Yeah. So, and the themes in which all of my songs and lyrics move around are forgiveness, hope, love, struggles, alcoholism in the family, disempowerment of women, anger, freedom, and spring. And all of these narratives can also be found in folk music, the kind of folk music that my parents used to dance to. And also, since I moved back to Slovakia, I've had a lot of these experiences where a historical context or a narrative from the past helped me have compassion for the situation in the present, and maybe helped me achieve or like be more forgiving, or in a conflict with my father, for example, or helped me have more hope in a moment of frustration. And I really wanted to keep this alive in my music as well. And I guess that's this narrative is, you know, these narratives from the past is what I kind of am inspired by. So I'm gonna play a song from my second album, specifically the collaboration with Wojciech Rusin. I'm playing it from Bandcamp, so I think the internet is... Anyway, you can listen to it online. So moving on, I think in our region, folk music is very, at the moment, very weaponized for political purposes. Maybe also in the past. I don't have research on that, but possibly. And it's also being used as a standard for culture, as like the highest standard for culture. And I think that breeds a lot of superficiality and it creates stereotypes. And at university, maybe that's one end of a spectrum. And at university, we had a lot of conversation about cultural appropriation. And I really, really took that to heart. I didn't know it existed before, and I really started to confront everything through this idea. I was confronting my practice and my process. I was confronting why I'm so pulled and attracted to folk music. Is it okay? Is it a bit suspicious? So that was kind of the other end of the spectrum, where I just kind of rejected everything because I felt like this is not authentic. And recently I was asked to cover 2 Hungarian folk songs at a performance put on by Mappa, Jakub in a small Gothic church in Keya in Slovakia. Quite in the middle of nowhere. But it was a very special performance. We performed with Štefan Sabo. He was playing on organ and voice, and dear Wojciech Havel, who actually passed away this week. He played on cello, and it was raining all day, and it was a very bizarre day because it really felt like nobody's going to come to this random small village where it's been raining all day, and a lot of people came around. I think 40 people were there, and in the moment when all 3 of us were playing, it didn't feel like I was at the end of the world. It felt like I was at the center of the earth. It felt so powerful. So then Štefan and I have been meeting up to record more and more folk songs like this, Hungarian folk songs. Him playing on organ and singing, and me singing. And after some time, this appropriationness came back and fear crept back. And I was asking him, like, okay, but do you feel this as well? Like, I also feel like maybe it's not right. Maybe we should think about this. And he didn't say anything, which was interesting. But then we just kept recording, and then we listened back to our recording. A few days have passed, and then we met up together for coffee, and he asked me actually the question, so you asked me this, and so what do you think? And I was like, oh. And I realized that after listening to the recordings, it really felt like we really put ourselves into these folk songs. And also, I guess this question is raised, like, who folk songs, like who are they, whose are they, like who's the owner of them, and isn't the purpose to pass them down and sort of keep them alive by singing them constantly? So this kind of got fixed in my brain. And yeah, so let me play you one of those recordings that we made. Skip.
Ja Istenem, mi az oka, az enyémre nem süt soha. Talán meg vagyok átkozva, Istenem túl szomorúra. Talán meg vagyok átkozva, Istenem túl szomorúra. Vagy apámtól, vagy anyámtól, vagy a legelső babámtól. Vagy apámtól, vagy anyámtól, vagy a legelső babámtól.
Yeah, so there was someone that Stefan asked of their opinion, who is like very well read in folk music about this particular recording, and this person said, "Oh, you know, the organ is a bit out of tune. It bothers me a little bit." And I was thinking, you know, this is the organ is actually my favorite part of the recording, so I guess this is our way of sort of fighting against these stereotypes, how folk music should sound like. And we are working on an album together like this, so that's going to be nice. So last chapter. What really ties everything together here is this idea of longing for human interaction and storytelling. And this part of my creative process has been around for the longest. I guess it entails building friendships, being inspired by my neighbors, connecting with people through vocal practice or teaching singing. And I am not sure if you have ever had the privilege of hearing someone sing for the first time in years, or sing for the first time ever, or sing after, just someone who is not sort of a professional singer or doesn't have it in their daily life. But the beauty of hearing that kind of a voice with like no technicalities, just pure emotion and pure humanness is extremely inspiring to me. And I really wanted to incorporate this into my music as well. So when I was teaching singing, I wrote a song for my singing student called Marta Canderla. She is an Italian lady who lived in Bratislava for a bit. And she actually she didn't really know she could sing the way she can sing. Her family used to tell her to be quiet all the time. But I wrote her a song, and then she translated it into her mother tongue and into Italian. And this is what came out of it. Let's hope it works.
Io sono
thank you. This is where it ends. Thank you for listening.